All right, everybody, we are live. It is week 14. The Browns are technically still in contention at 5-7. We're playing against the 8-4 Bengals, Battle of Ohio. This is Joe Burrow's umpteenth time trying to beat the Browns since he has been a pro.
Right.
Hopefully he continues the losing streak. A lot of stuff to talk about today. We got Deshaun Watson playing for the first time as a member of the Browns in Ohio, not at home, but in Ohio. Hopefully he can do better than what he did last week. We've got the injury report. We've got our thoughts on, the viability of actually making a run at this. Baker Mayfield trade, all the stuff that happened with that. So lots going on. Starting off, just from where we are today, Dad, talking about the Bengals Browns. We'll get into the Baker stuff in a little bit, but what are your thoughts on this game today?
Well, the Baker stuff aside, I mean, it's putting a little bit more pressure on Watson to perform. It's his second game. He's
Right.
had a couple of weeks under his belt now. The rust is obviously still coming off. The Bengals play tough, both sides of the ball. So if our defense doesn't show up, we're going to get killed.
Yeah.
And I'm not predicting a win today because I think he's still got rust to come off. Our defense stinks. I don't think he's going to put up 30 plus points, but I could be wrong. And if I am, then it's going to be a shootout at the end. Burrow, for some ungodly reason, doesn't play well against the Browns, at least hasn't recently. So we got that going, but that's also some motivation on his part and the rest of the team to play better. They can't afford to lose another game to us, especially a home game. I don't know what uniforms we're wearing. Probably the all white, Mike.
White and orange.
White and orange.
White jersey, orange pants.
Okay, so I'm hopefully optimistic, but it all falls on his shoulders, whether we like it or not, or whether he likes it or not. If he does not play well, we will not win this game. If he plays mediocre, we know what our defense is capable of. I mean, they just don't show up half the time, three-quarters of the time. So that puts an extra burden. And if we fall behind quick, then you have to get away from the Chubb game. And I did hear Amari Cooper's playing.
No, he's out. Unless something changed the last 19 minutes.
Yeah, did. I heard it on ESPN, or not ESPN, NFL Network, just before I pulled in your driveway.
Okay.
That he went through practice on the field, and he's been cleared to play. They think he's going to be limited, though, in a number of snaps that he gets. And of course, if he takes a hit, he could go down, and that would be that. But he, from what I understand, just breaking, he is playing.
Okay, I'm gonna tweet out and just ask the Twitterverse if he's playing today. Listed here, I have Kellen Mond, Jalen Darden, wide receiver, Reggie Ragland, Greedy Williams is out, Chase Winovich is out, Chris Hubbard's out, Tommy Tagovailoa is out for the Bengals, and then it's saying that Amari Cooper's listed in Sports Illustrated as of 19 minutes ago, said he was out today, but you could be right, Dad. Sports Illustrated may not have this correct.
Right.
So the Bengals are without Chris Evans, who's a halfback, Deontay Smith, Jackson Carman, Hayden Hurst, the tight end, Jeff Gunter, but they are going to have Jamar Chase back for the game. He was not playing last time.
Right.
David Njoku is back this game, and Anthony Schwartz is out with a concussion. I think Anthony Schwartz is done. I think they finally said that's it. Okay, so Garrett Bush said he's a go. Okay, you're right, Dad. Garrett Bush said he's a go. So we'll go off of that. People are tweeting back at me. Okay. So that's where we stand. Looking at that, my analysis of that would be that we are in a situation where Deshaun Watson's going to have to rely more on the other weapons, which is fine. I'm totally okay with that. We're going to have to get we had net 1 point last week on offense. Net 1 point because of the safety. So we have to get Nick Chubb working. We have to get Kareem Hunt more active in the game. Amari Cooper, if he's out there, he's going to do something. He's going to make some plays, but he may not be 100%, which is a problem. Having David Njoku back for the first time in the lineup is an important thing too. I think that's good, right? I think that's going to give us a little bit more flexibility. And at this point, I don't think David Njoku is or ever will be a Travis Kelce type dominant tight end.
Right.
He won't. But he's what Njoku is a very nice tight end that can make plays and can be a difference maker that other teams oftentimes fail to scheme against. So he's one of those guys that can give us that spark and can have a huge game and do it under the radar and be like, wait, hold on a second. We were trying to scheme for Nick Chubb and Amari Cooper and those guys, and all of a sudden you got a guy like David Njoku who breaks off 100 yards and a touchdown or two. Meanwhile, I also expect, and this is a guy who's had one of the quietest seasons nobody's talking about other than Browns fans, and very few Browns fans are even talking about it, is Donovan Peoples-Jones.
Yeah.
Has become a legit weapon in the NFL. Now, is he an elite weapon? No, he's not. He's not going to be Jamar Chase. He's not going to be, a Devontae Adams type wide receiver. He never will be, but he's not that guy. He's not that body anyway, but he's hyper athletic. He's got that fifth gear speed. We saw that on the punt return. And if he can develop into a better punt returner, meaning having a better sense of when he can call for fair catch and when he can take it out, we have a guy who could potentially take the ball to the house or get us more yards. Anything more than 10 yards on a punt return is great anyway.
Sure.
So Peoples-Jones. But that being said, everything will come down to, as you said, how does Watson do? And if he's throwing the ball in the dirt, if he has not yet developed back into the speed of the game to be able to do what he used to do in the past, I'm not saying it's time to panic. Of course not. It's only been one game, but that will be then 2 data points. 2 data points are enough to begin showing a trend. I still do believe this entire season is a wash, because we cannot expect 2 touchdowns on defense and 1 touchdown on special teams ever again. So we're not going to bail him out ever again. He's going to have to perform. Now, the good thing was the defense performed, but they were playing against the worst. They're playing against the NFL's JV team.
Right.
The worst team in the NFL. So
today is going to be a true test for Watson, how far he's been able to progress.
Right.
And the defense, again, I don't expect them to do much. Burrow is going to pick them apart. Maybe we stop some of the running game, but if they run, God help us, because then it'll open up the passing game for them, and Burrow will just have a field day. And before we turn around, it's going to be 14-0, and we're not going to. And then Stefanski is, do I run the ball? Do I throw the ball? And the 3 and outs, the bad penalties. I watched the game that Baker played the other night, and not to talk about Baker, but the Rams they lost, I think they lost Donald in the middle of their line. That was tough for them. And they had no Cooper Kupp either, so limited resources. But they took a tackle and they made him a defensive end. And if you watch that game, as I did, that defensive end, they tried to school him as to what you do and what you're supposed to be responsible for. But just about every time, and I watched it twice. I watched the game twice, live. Then I watched it the other day. I had nothing to do, so I watched it again. But they ran. This kid played, he reminded me of Miles. He played tight, and then he ran, he challenged inside, and they ran around him, I would say, 8 out of 9 times. So I'm screaming at the TV saying, don't you know how to play defensive end? Your primary responsibility is not to let anybody go around the edge on you. And he got sucked in every time, including little dump passes over his head. And he couldn't catch up either. I mean, he's a defensive lineman, not a tight end or a defensive end. He's had no speed. So once the guy got a step on him to the outside, it was, adios amigo, 10, 12 yards, whatever. And then they self-destructed with penalties on both sides of the ball. It was a miracle that the Rams won that game. But,
anyway,
Miles...
going back to the Browns, right?
Yeah, Miles has got to play defense. He's got to play defensive end position, which I would say, is 75% watch the run and help out in the middle, and 25% rush the quarterback, get a sack. And he is just the opposite. He is 75% rush the quarterback at the expense of getting beat on the inside or the outside or over his head. And I would assume Cincinnati knows that. They're going to play against it. And they would, Clowney is not quite as bad on his side, but he's trying to catch up with Miles, be the sack, be the guy, make a game-changing play. And so you got your choice. Go against either one. Run right at him. And so I'll be watching Miles on every play. 1, to see what he does, and 2, how fast he gets gassed and has to come out and take a breather and then go back in. So, and then the secondary, who knows if those guys show up or not, but Burrow is not your average quarterback. I mean, he's getting to the elite status where he can pick you apart, and he's probably tired of losing to the Browns. So he is clearly motivated.
Yeah. Well, interestingly, and this is just tweeted out here by Mike, hashtag D4L, which is at Best Barker Seatown.
Mm-hmm.
So the line dropped on this game from the Bengals being favored by 6 on Tuesday, then to 5.5, then now since last night it's down to 3.5. So the line is shifting on this game, which is, so the betting is starting to shift towards the Browns, which is interesting.
I don't know why, but
I mean, I don't know either.
Because this is his second game, and
I don't know. It's either that Vegas doesn't like the game. It doesn't like the fact that so many Browns fans or so many people are betting Browns, or that the people are betting it heavy and they're dropping the points just to hedge.
Right.
I don't know.
Well, the history is that we play well against Cincinnati, regardless of who the quarterback is, regardless of how well the defense is playing or whatever. We just seem to play well against Burrow, and just the opposite. Burrow seems to not play as elite against us for whatever reason. Maybe the pressure, maybe the game scheme plan or whatever. But so I could see people sort of saying, well, the history is we beat them. Well, every game stands on itself.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It don't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. I think just want to give shout outs to everybody in chat real quick. Who do we got here? We got Woman Respecter, Browns Fan 1977, Steve Z, Mark Schoen, Jonathan Schlegel. Jonathan couldn't join us today. He's got some things going on, but he did let me know he's in chat, and now I see him there.
All right. Hi, John.
And we got Steve Z, B Skrills, Mid Plugs, Hambone, Typical Gamer 2002. What's going on, Typical? Pee-wee's Dog Pound. I think I saw Lynn. Yeah, Lynn Savage is there. Anthony Williams. And it looks like that's it for now. Everybody in their chat. Welcome, everybody. Thank you guys for being here. We are 5-7. We are not mathematically out of this by any means, believe it or not. Ripping off those what, 2 games in a row? is keeping us technically in the running.
Yeah, and this game is huge. I mean, it puts us even more so. It brings Cincinnati down one.
Yeah.
The Pittsburgh and Baltimore are playing today with no Lamar Jackson.
I mean, if
who knows?
If Pittsburgh beats Baltimore,
Yeah.
Pittsburgh beats Baltimore,
everything tightens up like a drum. Yeah,
they go to 6-7, and Ravens go to 8-5, and the same thing with us. We go to 6-7, and the Bengals go to 8-5.
Right.
And this is and with Lamar Jackson out and hurt, and the Ravens not being the same team they are, and then we play the Ravens at home next week.
Yeah,
guys, we are looking at a scenario where the Cleveland Browns could mathematically win the AFC North, but without this game, we have to win every game.
Yeah, right.
We have to win every game out at this point. Okay, and
they're all winnable. I mean, it's not like we're going up against Buffalo or whatever.
I never thought we were going to beat I never thought we were going to beat the Buccaneers.
Right.
We somehow magically figured out a way to beat the Buccaneers, and was that the spark that sat there and go, guys, we just beat Tampa Bay. We just beat the greatest quarterback of all time, and even though the Buccaneers aren't elite by any means, it's still one of those things. Nobody thought they could beat them, and we end up beating them in overtime. Okay? Then we go out and we take care of business against the Texans, which we should have done. Although I will say 27-14, even with three non-offensive touchdowns, is still like closer than it should have been. Because if we had just 2 offensive touchdowns, we blow the sky off that game.
Jacoby plays that game, we win 40-10.
Right. And that's a fair thing to say because Deshaun's interception in the red zone was terrible.
Right.
That was a panic interception. Now, could Jacoby throw panic interceptions? Yeah, he's done that before and he's done it in the red zone. But I do feel that he is he's well oiled at this point. We're getting peak Jacoby right now, and peak Jacoby is clearly better than disgustingly rusty Deshaun. But now Deshaun's got a game. He's got all the pressure of that first game out of the system.
Right.
Okay. Now we are now going to go, and I would have given Deshaun a D- for how he performed last week.
I agree.
Deshaun was 12 of 22. No touchdowns, an interception, 7 rushes for 21 yards.
Right.
Okay. He got a D. Let's give him a D.
Right.
But the minus, I would almost say, because it was a red zone interception. It wasn't a Hail Mary, whatever. Red zone interception, not good.
Right.
Now, can he go from a D- to a C-? Can he go?
Yeah, that he can do.
Can he go? Nope. Can he go 16 for 25?
He's got to go B+, Mike. I think he's got to go B+, only because our defense sucks. If the defense could hold it to whatever the over/under is, and give our offense more chances, get some turnovers, keep Burrow off the field. I mean, then he's got a chance. But if he plays C-, we lose. We lose. No question about it. He can't play C- and have us be competitive where it comes down to the last 4 or 5 minutes of the game. So that's my prediction. Is he capable? Absolutely. I mean, he's got the talent. It's just like it's rusty. I don't know how the game plan sets up for him and Stefanski in terms of the plays that he's trying to call, the down and outs, the over the middle.
Yep.
Doesn't have a deep threat, especially with Cooper being not 100%. So you can't open up the defense by throwing a couple of deep balls and making them play back a little bit. They're going to play up. They're going to play aggressive. They're going to blitz. He hasn't seen blitzes in over a year. So this is, like you said before, the speed of the game is going to dictate to a degree how well he plays. Is he capable? More than capable. But we've seen more than capable quarterbacks really struggle this year. Kyle Murray, the kid in Denver, Wilson. I mean, two top-notch quarterbacks that have played terrible. How much can you blame it on the other guys on the team? The offensive line not blocking, this, that, and the other thing. It plays a big part in it, but those guys run. They scramble. They make plays with their feet, and they just have not been doing it. And they're costing their teams not only victories, but a lot of money too to watch them play that bad. So anything's possible. I expect him to play better because he's got more time. He's making the adjustments. They know what he can and cannot do, pick up at this point. So as long as he doesn't force it, he doesn't try to do more on his shoulders, and if the defense can keep us somewhere within the striking range, then we got a shot.
Yeah. Well, here's the really interesting thing, and I know the answer to it, and it's unfortunate, but just interesting side note. Today's Jacoby Brissett's birthday.
Yeah.
So happy birthday to now age 30, Jacoby Brissett. Now we know quarterbacks can play into their 40s, mid 40s, like Tom Brady. So, I mean, Jacoby could have 15 more years in the NFL. Who knows? Right. Especially if he's a backup quarterback. Maybe he does. Right. But statistically looking at it, this has been Jacoby's best career, best career season. He's got his highest QBR rating ever. He was on pace to have the most touchdowns in his career, about the same amount of interceptions, maybe a little bit higher in the interception, but still. His completion percentage was the highest it's been in his career. The record 4-7 as a starter was honestly about what he does. So he was probably going to have a better year. The best he ever did was 7 wins, and I think he would have beaten the Texans yesterday. So that would have been another one, or last week. Right. So. But here's the thing. It's like now, because of the math and because of where the AFC North is and nobody's taken over, nobody's wants to just go out and win it. Man, I mean, it sucks because, like, yes, we have to play Deshaun. We've been waiting for Deshaun to come back, and we got to give him the reps because we can't afford him to go into next season having, having 2 full seasons out and everything like that. So,
well, put it this way. If he goes down, they're not going to pull him for playing terrible. I mean, they're committed to him unless he throws like 3 interceptions or something. But
even that, I think they're just like, listen. I mean, he would have to throw like 5. I don't think 3 will do it. I think it'll have to be like he threw 5 and we're still within 2 scores
or fumbles, at a bad time or
but
whatever. But if he gets hurt and he goes down, we stand, in my opinion, a better chance of with Jacoby coming in as his backup with the experience that he's got and the fact that he's got wins under his belt against them, that our chances actually go up now. Does that hurt us in terms of Watson's long-term, development to get back to 100%? Sure. So that's the only silver lining that possibly could come out of this if he does not play well. A loss is certainly not going to add to his resume. There'll be all kinds of speculation from now. And who do we play next, Mike? Baltimore at home?
Baltimore at home.
Yeah. So the pressure gets even more. He'll be...
I was getting emailed by the Browns, one of the Browns ticket guys, asking me if I wanted to come up for the game, and he had a suite. If he wanted me to buy a suite, and I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm like, not this year.
So it's going to be really interesting. I mean, I'm going to be watching. What's his name? Darnell with Carolina. Now that he's got no pressure with Baker sitting behind him, see how well he plays. I'll get into the Baker thing once you let me loose, but it's going to be an interesting afternoon all the way across the board. In terms of my Pick'em league, I went the best Pick'em I had the entire season. I'm at the bottom in terms of total picks, so I'm out of the running for that. But if you win one week, you win a lot of money, several $100s. So I got off to a great start last week. I was winning just about every game. Got away with the Redskins or Deadskins with their tie with the Giants. And it came down, there was three of us, and we had a tiebreaker, and I lost the tiebreaker. If I'd taken Mike's advice and gone with a lower number, I might have had a better shot at the tiebreaker. But this week, we start all over again, Thursday night. Sentimental, I go with Baker, figuring he's going to play at some point, root for him. And what does he do? He pulls it off. And we got 84 guys in my Pick'em League, and only 13 of us picked LA. So I'm one game up on Thursday night going into today. I'm trying for the weekly win, which will break me even for 2 years worth of participating in this. And so we'll see. We'll see how the 1 o'clock games turn out. I don't have Cleveland winning. I have Cincinnati winning because I think, I've gone with my heart with Cincinnati, with Cleveland so many times over the last couple of years with the pick'em that it just sets me back every week. And usually the 1 o'clock game, and then I got nothing to look forward to going into the 4 o'clock games because I'm too far behind. So I'm not going to play as much with my heart for Cleveland in those games where I don't think we are really, really competitive. And this is one of them. I think if Cincinnati shows up, regardless of how well we play, I think they find a way to beat us.
I mean, I was calling the Buccaneers winning, and I got that wrong.
Right.
I really thought that wasn't going to be a good game for us, but I also sat there and said, you know what, the Buccaneers are this is as mediocre a Buccaneers team as we've seen certainly in the Tom Brady era, but like in a long time.
Sure.
So there's that, and it was in Cleveland, and the weather was kind of iffy. So there was a lot of things that were kind of going on. Plus, the Browns being as bad as they are, I mean, they probably the Buccaneers probably looked at this. We're just going to go in there and beat them. We don't gotta to try really hard. So that was one of those games that I think they just overlooked us, and we went out there and we were up for it because it was our season was on the line. If we lost that game, Deshaun coming in, we'd be playing completely irrelevant football. Right. So the team kind of stepped up and said, and I think after when it got really close towards the third and fourth quarter, and they said, "Hey, I mean, why not? We might be able to do this." So they go out there, and I think they beat the Buccaneers, and that was fantastic. Then we had the Deshaun game with the defense and special teams clearly were playing well and doing what they had to do. They took care of business. Donovan Peoples-Jones, MVP of that game, right? The interception return, the fumble return, kind of fluky type plays, but you have to execute on those when they happen. It's good that we did.
Right.
This game is different though, because this game is, you've got the Bengals that are relatively healthy. Right. Jamar Chase is going to be playing. Joe Burrow is a completely different quarterback with Jamar Chase, understandably. That's why, and then you still have rusty Deshaun. If our defense shows up, if Myles Garrett has a dominating game, if Denzel Ward can take care of Jamar Chase, which is Denzel Ward has had a rough season. Right. If he can lock down Jamar Chase, or at least keep him to a relatively okay game. Right. No big plays, no big 70-yard touchdowns off a slant.
Right.
And Myles can get to Joe Burrow, which he has done in the past, and it's in Joe Burrow's mind, because if you heard the interviews this week, hey, what do you have? What's going on with the Browns? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, they have Myles Garrett, and that's a big deal. So Myles is in his mind, Joe Burrow's mind. Okay, he hasn't beaten us. He wants to beat us.
Sure.
And it's in Cincinnati, which is, I mean, Cincinnati has played us tough. They have. During the Baker era, they did. Right. Now it's going to be, can Deshaun if Deshaun goes out there and plays like he typically can, let's just say he's got the rust off and he goes back and he plays an A game, Deshaun game. I think
that's no guarantee. That just keeps us competitive. We're in it to the end.
Yeah.
It's really the defense. The defense has got to step up and give us a chance, and give Deshaun Watson a chance, and give our running game a chance. If we get too far behind because the defense just makes mistakes, They run over us, he throws over us, whatever. We can't afford to give up those easy touchdowns, those long drives, that type of thing. So it really comes down to somewhat how he plays,
Yep.
but a lot on the defense that we don't give up massive points that are too much to overcome.
Yeah, and that's a big thing. And this is what it's been all season long,
Right.
pretty much. Other than
Yeah.
I would say the Bengals game. I'm trying to think. All the other games, really, just the Bengals game was the one that I was like, oh, okay, we kind of played well in offense and defense.
Well, the Jets game we played well until the last 2 minutes.
But the last 2 minutes, it's like, hey, I'm shooting under par and to come to the 18th hole. Hey,
Right,
you still got to play the
triple
18th
bogey.
hole. Yeah, you play the triple bogey, you ruin your round.
Right, absolutely.
And that's what we did. We triple bogeyed the 18th hole in the Jets, which
Right.
basically is going to cost that really is going to cost us the season. If I'm being honest, that Jets game cost us the season. It demoralized the team.
Right.
It cost us a game that we should have won. Now, I know that we got a game back against the Buccaneers that we weren't favored in, right? So we kind of balanced it out.
But you got to win some of those to get in.
Yeah.
I mean, otherwise, who wants to get in and get kicked, get their butts kicked the first playoff game? You want to, if you get in, you want to have a shot. This defense is not going anywhere.
And that's the tale of the season, because we beat the Panthers, which we did, beat the Jets, beat the Steelers. We're 3-0 going into the Falcons, right? We're riding high. Everything, morale is going. Now we're 4-0 going up against the Chargers in a game that we lost by 2 points. Right? So you win that game, and you're in command, which is what happened in 2020 with the Browns. Remember when we just won in the beginning of the season? We're like, oh my God, we're not going to have to, like, every single play is going to matter at the end. We can play with a little bit of house's money towards the end of the season.
Yeah, but we were still screaming at the defense. Screaming at Woods. Screaming at no blitzes.
Yeah.
Prevent defenses. Giving up. I mean, what are we against the rush, Mike? Are we like 31st against the stopping the rush? I mean, our defense and the pass.
Let me check PFF.
Yeah, not good. And if they run the ball, that's just going to open up the passing game for Burrow. So we got to, those guys on the front line got to step up. They got to play.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's okay. So the Cleveland Browns defense versus the run. We're 30th in the league.
30th.
Okay. Run defense.
With Clowney and Miles on either end. We're 30th. Would you have
30th.
predicted that when we re-signed Clowney?
No. Pass rush, we're 13th.
Right. But we should be, Miles is projected to be a player of the year in defense.
I mean, he's single-handedly keeping us there, even missing a game. Right. Then pass coverage, we're 20th. Defense overall, we're 28th by PFF.
Yeah, 28th. Wow.
Well, that's using player grades and stuff. Special teams, we are 27th. This is Mike Prefer and Joe Woods. Now, are Mike Prefer and Joe Woods out there playing the games? No. But what their job is to coach, develop, motivate, scheme, all of these things. And if you look back, I'm sorry, but Mike Prefer, I don't know if he's skating off of that one playoff win against the Steelers that we had 1,000 points given to us for free, and we rolled down and we opened up that game. It still came down to an onside kick. I don't know if he's still, if the Browns are saying we're just going to have this guy, he's going to be our special teams coordinator forever, or if they're just sitting there going, what are the excuses? Like, what else can he do? But it all comes down to Kate York with him.
Step up and fire coaches, fire assistants, fire offensive coordinators, and so forth. Stefanski just does not have I don't know. He's just too loyal to his coaches. He obviously wasn't loyal to Baker. Threw him under the bus. So why would you do that to your quarterback and not do it to your defensive coordinator, who has been awful? I mean, the worst thing for me, with Woods is he doesn't adjust. If you're getting killed or if you're getting beat, then make adjustments. Tell Miles to stand his ground. Don't let him run over you or around you or inside of you. Blitz more, disguise it more, change things. He just doesn't adjust. We're shocked when somebody like a Ward or one of the linemen are blitzing, and we put pressure on, and the guy throws a bad pass, and we say to ourselves, why don't we do that more often? I mean, the amount of blitzes I think that the Giants with Wink Martindale has called is probably up substantially from before he got there.
Yeah.
I mean, he just was making the decision to say, you know what, we're just going to put pressure. And if you put pressure on Watson today, which I think Cincinnati is going to do, he could make some big mistakes, and he's got to stay away from that to give us any chance of winning this game.
Nathan Zagura just tweeted out that the atmosphere there in Cincinnati is electric. We're looking for the 6th in a row against the Bengals. I didn't realize it was 6 in a row, but yeah, that makes sense. It's going to be it's a big important game. It's a big important game for a lot of reasons. It's right. Interesting, It's interesting.
Yeah, they tweeted, or somebody, I guess it was on the NFL Sirius channel that I was listening to while I was running errands this morning. They said that what's his name? Brady came out either last night or this morning and said for next year all options are on the table, and he's a free agent at the end of this year. And there's been rumors that he would, if asked.
Who is?
Brady.
Tom Brady, okay.
And if
he wants to come to Cleveland?
No. He wants to possibly go to San Francisco, which would open up the...
You're saying that's the rumor, or that's what he was asked?
No, he wasn't asked that, but the rumors are that, and he's playing into it by saying all options are on the table. My team is probably not that good. They're not
for him to be. I'm glad he's being honest.
Yeah, right.
My God, like how many times people just are so afraid to be honest when they say anything publicly.
Right.
Just be honest with it, which is good for him. And I could see Brady going there if he wants to go to if he wants to go to California. He seems like a California dude.
Yeah, right.
At this point,
he'll have that defense, which will give him the ball, turn over the ball, hold the scoring down. So all he has to do is play sort of mediocre Brady ball, and he's got him in the playoffs.
Yeah, and then he can go out there. The personal life. I mean, the imagine the models and the actresses and stuff that he can date out there. I mean, he's like LeBron. It's like go out to be in LA or be in California, not LA, but be in California and just live that lifestyle. You got all the money in the world. I think. I mean, I know that he lost a lot with the FTX stuff, but he's got plenty of money. He's marketable. He's the greatest of all. I mean. He's like a less marketable Jordan in terms of like his career accomplishments. And he can.
Stuff. One of the other guys,
we beat him.
When he was playing, the analysts were watching him warm up before the game, and they were saying he throws a down and out as good as he used to throw it when he was 15 years younger.
Tom Brady?
The zip that comes out on the ball. Is really, really tight and hard, and they're saying normally quarterbacks lose it. Their timing is off. They can't get the ball to the outside quite the way they used to, and that's why you have the interceptions and the pick sixes and whatnot. But they were saying he throws it as good as he did 10 or 15 years ago. So if he gets protection, like Burrow, he'll be able to pick you apart.
Yeah.
He can't run quite as much. Doesn't want to get hurt. Doesn't want to take a big hit. Understandable. But he could go to San Francisco if they can't figure out what they're doing with Trey Lance and Garoppolo and
I
that
think
crew.
The NFL is going to look a lot different next year. I mean, who knows if the Ravens are going to go and re-sign Lamar Jackson?
Right.
I think clearly they want to. But now, because Lamar got injured, it throws a little wrinkle in that, and it was a leg injury. And this is what I've been saying for years with Lamar Jackson. For years. Every running quarterback in the history of the world has gotten an injury and has gotten a leg injury that has taken them from their main weapon, which is running, and has hobbled them to a degree, and then had to say, like, listen, if you don't have at least a B- arm that you can rely on with it, you're going to be in trouble. And I'm not saying that Lamar can't throw. He's got a weird looking delivery, but I'm not saying he can't make it work. It's just like they have golfer, like Jim Furyk, the golfer, has a weird golf swing, but the dude can hit the ball. So, but I think the thing is with Lamar that he gets away with having that weird delivery, and he gets away with kind of like lobbing balls in there, right? And not having the Josh Allen, Pat Mahomes type of arm is the fact that he's 90% weapon on the ground, and you have to respect that because at any moment he could break off 30 yards.
Right, and he did that to us. He killed us
many times. Many times. So now the Ravens have to be looking at that going, look, I mean, we've built this offense around this guy. And, you know, Hundley is like the poor man's version of Lamar Jackson.
Jacoby. I mean, he's a good backup, I think.
Yeah. And he balances into that offense well. Right. I could see a guy like the Ravens going after a guy like Hendon Hooker in the draft too, just to have a backup, because he's like that same sort of blend, but more 50-50 running and throwing, where Lamar is so heavily on the run side. And you know, you saw it with Michael Vick when he came back, but Michael Vick could always throw. He always had a gun of an arm. The accuracy was a little bit iffy, but he had a gun of an arm with a beautiful, like, fluid delivery. Right. Guy like Steve Young towards the end of his career, who up to that point was the most balanced elite thrower and runner in NFL history. You know, he got hobbled towards the end as well. Sure. So it's like, it just happens. So the Ravens have to decide, do we want to continue investing in this dude and have him be the team that we're going to go in till the very end? Is that what we're going to do with Lamar Jackson? Or are they going to potentially go in a different direction? If that happens and they go in a different direction because they can't make the numbers work for whatever Lamar, because Lamar, again, we talked about this, I think, last week and the week before, the Deshaun Watson contract just muddies the water so much with what they have to do with Lamar Jackson that they are forcing them to commit their entire franchise. They're committing to Lamar Jackson, a guy who's getting older, primarily runs, and is now injured with a leg injury. Is that too much risk for the Ravens? And it has not won in the playoffs historically. Can get you to the playoffs, no problem. Can he win in the playoffs is the big challenge. And the answer so far has been no, right? So then you got the Ravens potentially rebuilding. Now, the Ravens as well have just fallen ass backwards into everything. They won with Trent Dilfer somehow. Then they get Flacco. Then they get Lamar Jackson. It just falls into place for them. Just like the Bengals. It just fell into place.
Great defense compared to the rest of our division. Yeah. The Browns were on the decline.
And why did they have a good defense? They had the talent there, but they also had elite coaching. Right. So elite coaching and elite scheming. Right. Now, the defensive coordinator, they moved on from him. Right. The defense isn't as good. They don't have the elite talent on defense. It's not a destination place for defensive stars to say, hey, I want to go be part of a historically good defense. And you've got wide receivers like Hollywood Brown who says, I'm out of here. I just can't win. I just don't want to be this type of ad hoc type wide receiver. I want to go somewhere and just be a different type of wide receiver. Right. So if you look at the situation surrounding the AFC North, the most consistently secure team in terms of what they're doing and the direction they're heading is the Bengals. With Jamar Chase, with Joe Burrow, with Joe Mixon, the Bengals have a nucleus that they can build around for a long time.
And a defense that's playing pretty good.
Not bad, right? And they made a Super Bowl with this team, so they know that they can win with these guys.
Absolutely.
Okay, so the Bengals have a nucleus they're building upon. The Steelers are in full rebuild, but the Steelers are hanging in there because they're the Steelers. With Mike Tomlin, and even Steelers fans that I know don't love Mike Tomlin, but you could say the one thing, even if he's not an elite coach, just being a B or B plus coach and having that for a long period of time gives you that consistency. Right. It's almost like who was the coach for the Titans for a long time? Jeff Fisher, right? Mediocre coach, but longevity with mediocre or slightly above mediocre coach gives you
he won more than he lost.
Right, you can be solid with that. Right. Okay, so I think that's where we stand with the Steelers now. Kenny Pickett is playing better, so he's doing better too. But I think Kenny Pickett is, I don't see Kenny Pickett turning into Joe Burrow. I don't see him. I see. There's a better chance that Kenny Pickett can turn into Zach Wilson than he will Joe Burrow. Okay, so Kenny Pickett is the jury is still out on Kenny Pickett whether he's going to be the guy.
Well, he's just starting. This is his rookie season. I mean, how many quarterbacks need a couple of 3-4 years to develop into a seasoned, veteran that doesn't make the rookie mistakes? So I don't know.
Let me tell you this too, because if you look at what a guy like even Roethlisberger, who for all intents and purposes is a fairly mediocre quarterback, he's just a huge guy who had the benefit of a great defense and an excellent running game for the majority of the time that he was winning a lot in the NFL. Right. was Ben Roethlisberger. He was never a guy you were drafting high in your fantasy league. So Don't try to tell me that Ben Roethlisberger was elite at any. I mean, he'll probably sneak his way into the Hall of Fame because he won 2 Super Bowls, but he was never considered even top 5 in his generation, right? But he had the benefit of decent wide receivers. He had Antonio Brown. He had Hines Ward. He had elite players alongside him. Kenny Pickett does not have an elite. I'd say Najee Harris is nice, but he's not elite. I think that they're jettisoning their wide receivers. A lot going on with that. So
Roethlisberger won. He was a winning quarterback, and you forgive a lot of sins if you win games rather than play great, 3 touchdowns, 300 yards, and you lose the game. 200 yards, 15 completions, no interceptions. You win the game 20-10, 20-17, whatever. Yeah. Got a good kicker, kick the points, to win games, that type of thing. He did that. And he was one of the best at eluding defenses from the standpoint of blitzes and people hanging all over him, and he still completes a 30-yard pass, or he steps up in the pocket, or he runs occasionally. But I never saw anybody just shake off guys because he was so big and strong. Well, my
point here is, my point with saying that is, Kenny Pickett doesn't have the benefit of an elite defense.
Right.
TJ Watt's getting older, and now his injuries. So he doesn't have the elite defense. He doesn't have elite coaching. He doesn't have elite weapons on offense. And for all intents and purposes, he was never viewed as an elite type quarterback. Right now, in the regular season, it is what it is. He's got a 4-4 record. He's got 4 touchdowns and 8 interceptions. His completion percentage 65.2, which is respectable. QBR is 46. That to me is scary. It's below average. Okay, and if we the litmus test is this: if we were getting those stats after 8 games, if we had 8 games of Deshaun Watson with 4 touchdowns and 8 interceptions, a QBR of 46, we'd all be losing our damn mind. So don't tell me, Kenny's going to be okay and blah, blah, blah. Has he played better? Yes, but he still hasn't thrown 2 touchdowns in a game. Not even 2. Okay? So Kenny Pickett right now, the jury's out, and who knows? So the Pittsburgh Steelers are rebuilding. There's Who knows what's going to happen with the Ravens? I would say likely they re-sign Lamar Jackson, but it's going to be a risk. They're rolling the dice on that. Whereas 2 years ago, they would have re-signed him and then built the franchise around him. It would be a little different, but there's risk there, and they know that, and that's why they can't put a deal together, because there's risk there. And then you've got the Bengals, who, again, Nathan Zagura said it, we've won 6 in a row. This will be 6 in a row if we win. So we can beat the Bengals. Then you've got the Cleveland Browns. So this whole discussion, everything we've just been talking about, it all comes down to what happens now with the Cleveland Browns. And I think if anybody's out there saying, okay, does anybody truly believe that the Bengals are going to turn into the next Chiefs? I don't think so. I'm not buying. If I owned Bengals stock right now, I'd hold it, but I'm not buying more of it.
Well, they have a better chance of doing that than not. So I would bet on the 60-40, 70-30, because they got Burrow. They got the elite quarterback. They don't have an elite running back. They've got an elite wide receiver. They've got a defense that's getting better. So, yeah, I could see them, matching up. They did last year. They beat Kansas City. They can beat Buffalo. We can't. We can, what we have right now, and maybe even going into next year with no number 1 draft pick.
Maybe the next 3 years.
Yeah, but you want to score now. 3 years from now, can Chubb run the ball? Is he even going to be playing? I mean,
I think. Well, it's a good point. 3 years from now, I don't know. I mean, I think when the Browns assessed their direction, when they made the move for Deshaun Watson and they gave up the draft picks, they said, we're going all in now. Okay. However, they knew this year was basically if it worked out and we somehow magically made the playoffs, great. But nobody was expecting us to do anything more than being just about where we are now. Maybe give or take 1 win. Okay. That's about where they expected us to be around when Deshaun was coming back, and nobody was really taking us seriously to contend for a Super Bowl, especially when you got teams like, the Vikings out there that are killing it. The Dolphins are playing well. The Chiefs are dominant again.
Bills.
The Bills. Yeah, you got elite teams that are out there that are
the Eagles, you talk about the other conference.
11-1 Eagles, right?
Yeah.
So you got the Chiefs, the Eagles, the Vikings out there. I mean, you just got great teams.
Right.
Okay. And nobody expected us to do well this year. So I think the Browns said, okay, let's look at our nucleus. Let's look at the ages. Let's look at our window and say, with a guy like Myles Garrett, with Denzel Ward, with Nick Chubb, Kareem Hunt, let's go out and get an aging yet productive Amari Cooper, maybe look for another wide receiver, David Njoku, our offensive line, and then sit there and go, what are we trying to do here? Can we afford to give up 3 draft picks and guarantee our franchise around Deshaun Watson, because it makes sense to that's the dice roll that we're willing to do, or what we saw with where the status quo remaining the same with Baker Mayfield. And I think there was probably some more locker room stuff. There's some decisive division within the locker room, all that jazz that went along with it. Baker, hopefully Baker lands, and Baker is where he wants to be long term. Because I don't really care. I'm not a Baker bro. Dad, you're a Baker bro. I'm not. But I also look back very fondly on the time we had with Baker. And if anybody out there is sitting there just absolutely shitting on Baker and being like, he's the worst thing ever, he's trash, blah, 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 blah. If you didn't live through the 2019 season where we came close, the 2020 season where we made the playoffs and won in the playoffs and almost beat the Chiefs that year, if you couldn't look back to those 2 seasons and have at least something fond, or the Jets game where we beat the Jets on Thursday night, the first game, if you can't look back on that, then you are a hater of a player, and then you live with yourself being that guy, right? I look at it and I say, listen, he wasn't the Messiah. He wasn't, Pat Mahomes, and we all hoped he would have been. He wasn't that guy, but he was not the trash can that some fans try to make him out to be. And I don't think he's a bad human being either. I think he's a good human being. And I look at it and I say, I wish him the best of luck. But we dumped our franchise into a guy with questionable morals and to a guy that he has to perform and he has to start now because this is a relevant football game.
Right.
It's a relevant football game this season. If he goes out there and beats the Bengals today, I will say, hey, listen, guys,
we're on our way.
This is interesting, especially a week, the same week that Baker Mayfield goes to the Rams and beats a decent in contention Raiders team with 36 hours of having a playbook.
Right.
Now, again, it's not a fair comparison. I know I'm not comparing. When I put out the tweet saying like 36 hours versus 700 days, I wasn't comparing the amount of time. I was preparing the preparation. You have 700 days to prepare for a football game, and I know you're rusty, and I know Baker had played this year, but Baker was hurt. Baker missed a month anyway too, so he was a little bit rusty. But you go out and say, can you do better than 12 for 22 with an interception? And this is the game that we have to have at least B. I'm not saying B plus. We have to have B Deshaun Watson here.
Right. I
need 2 touchdowns out of him somehow. I don't care if it come in the air or on the ground. We need 2 touchdowns out of Deshaun Watson, 0 interceptions. Defense has got to play well, and we got to be able to kick field goals today. We do that. That's what we need. 2 Deshaun touchdowns, passing or running. Nick Chubb's going to get at least 1. Nick Chubb always plays well against the Bengals. He's going to get a touchdown. That's 21 points. Then you have Cade York coming in there kicking 2 field goals. That's what, 27 points?
Mm-hmm.
That's what we need. We need 27 points.
At least.
We need 27. Because let me look at the Bengals here. Okay, looking at the Bengals, let's see if what I'm asking for, which is not I'm not asking for 40 points. I'm asking for 27. The Bengals put up 20, 17, 27. That gets us to overtime. 27, overtime again. 17, 30, we lose. 35, we lose. 13, 42, we lose. 37, we lose. 20. We need 27 points. Oh, and then they had 27 against the Chiefs. So maybe we need 28 points. But I would say you give us 27 points, Deshaun. You lead the offense to 27 points.
We got a shot.
We got a shot. Anything less than that, it's gonna be. We're gonna have to play a perfect game, which is basically what we did against the Bengals the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Now, going back to that first Bengals game, Joe Burrow was 25 for 35, 232, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception.
Mm-hmm.
That's average. That is mediocre Joe Burrow. Still completed 25 passes. We held Joe Mixon to 27 yards off of 8. But we were up so much that he couldn't run.
Right.
Okay? Because we scored 11 points in the second, 14 points in the third, and the game was over. That was the game.
Right.
Okay? Jacoby Brissett was extremely efficient. 17 of 22, 278, and a touchdown. I'll honestly take that. I'll take that from if we have the same game, that's 32 points, we win.
Right.
Nick Chubb ran for 101 and 2 touchdowns. Jacoby Brissett also, had a touchdown on the ground. So Jacoby accounted for 2 touchdowns, which is what I'm asking for Deshaun Watson. 2 touchdowns.
But we haven't gotten any better since then, you know? It would have been great if that was a jumping off point. What game was that? Was that the 3rd game of the year?
No, it was middle.
Middle. But we haven't gotten much better since then, other than to say we've upgraded the quarterback position so that we got
8.
Watson, week 8. So
it's week 8.
Yeah. So
no, I mean, it's honestly, it's not that we've gotten better. We've actually, you can make an argument that we got worse
on defense. Yeah.
Well, no, not just that, but just roster. Because again, peak Jacoby Brissett, who is playing the best of his career, who beat the Bengals. And I'll tell you guys, this is the barometer now. We put up 32 points and held them to 13 with Jacoby. Jacoby played a great game.
Sure.
Okay? So that is now the barometer. And I think, like I said, the only way that Sean gets out is he gets hurt. Or if he gets hurt game 2, my God. But if he gets hurt or just has an abysmal game where he's just heaving the ball in the air and throwing 5 interceptions, then I think Stefanski will be like, hey, we're still in the game. Because if not, I think Stefanski runs him out and says, go throw your 6th interception. I don't give a shit.
Yeah. I don't see him doing that today. It'll be interesting to see how many 3-and-outs we go, how many 3rd down conversions we can make with him making a play, throwing that 10-yard turnaround and getting the first down by 2 yards, or having a short one and giving it to Chubb or Hunt. If we can keep Burrow off the field with our offense, not so much our defense, but with our offense, then we increase our chances as well. And with each series that they don't score, it lessens their ability to get to that 35 points. And it could be a 24-21 game or a 2017 game where we're in it all the way to the end and it rides on a kick or a fumble or an interception or some ref calling a stupid, in your face penalty with hands to the face or whatever. Or a lapse on our defense as far as, throwing the ball down the field and Ward committing either getting beat or they throw to the other side and somebody has a penalty, they hold on to the guy. There's so much holding and so much grabbing by these defensive guys that, and the more they get away with it, the more they do it.
Right.
So,
well, and that's the thing too. I mean, the fact that we made such a big stink on Twitter, everybody out there making such a big stink against the NFL refs for not calling holds against Miles.
Yeah.
And making them know that we know now.
Right. That we're watching.
Then you see they were flagging him for holding him.
Yeah.
So it allowed Miles to get there. I think the other thing that's going to be really interesting this week is how does the offensive line play, specifically at that center position. That's a critical thing.
Most of our guys there, so Antonio and Teller and
not just at the center position, but Conklin's played bad, straight up bad.
Yeah.
And because if I go into the Browns, let me go into the team report for the Browns and look at offense blocking. And okay, I want to look at Conklin on pass block has been 75.8, which is respectable. Run block 54.7 is not good. An overall 67.5. So Conklin's played okay. Bitonio's been elite. Bitonio's 87.8 overall offense. Run block 85, pass block 76. Joe Bitonio still elite offensive lineman. Which is still, you think back to when we had Joe Bitonio, a young Joe Bitonio, and a seasoned Joe Thomas on the left side, and we couldn't win games. Right. Holy crap! Ethan Posick, it was also excellent. I don't know what his situation is. Is he injured reserve?
I don't think he made the reserve.
Where did he go? Because I forget
whatever it is. It's keeping him out. He's just not playing.
Here's the other thing that's really, really interesting. That is that you can't overlook, but probably not a lot of people are thinking about. When you add David Njoku back into the lineup, you're getting as elite a defensive, or I'm sorry, a tight end blocking as you're probably going to get. Now, David Njoku, it's weird that I say that. Okay, don't get me wrong. It's weird that I say David Njoku and blocking in the same sentence in a positive way, but he's been good.
Yeah, come a long way.
Run block is still he's got a little meat on the bone there at a 61.1, but pass block 72.8. I mean, when he sticks in for a pass block and he doesn't go out, it's pretty good. And he blocks downfield too. That's the other thing you get with David Njoku. Right. But Wyatt Teller's been pretty decent, 72 overall, 73 run block, 67 pass block. But the big one who's just been a disaster is Jedrick Wills. 62 or 63-2 overall, 60.9 run blocking, 65-7 pass blocking. Jedrick Wills, I'm sorry guys, like he's a bust. He's a bust on offense. When you have Drew Forbes, I don't even know if Drew Forbes was drafted, who's got a higher PFF than Jedrick Wills. I mean, guys.
Who does Cincinnati have?
Especially with Ethan Posick is up there with an 83, and Jedrick's down at 63. That's 20 points better overall offense that we're getting out of Ethan Posick.
Who has Cincinnati got defensive ends on either side that's going to go up against Wills? Somebody elite?
Let me look. We'll do it based off of PFFs.
Right.
Cincinnati Bengals team report. Defense. Boom.
We got to go too, Mike. It's getting close.
Getting close. I know. Okay. Run defense. They've got edge rusher Trey Hendrickson. Pretty good. 82. Defensive interior. DJ Reader, 80.5. It's pretty good. Linebackers, they got two good linebackers, Jermaine Pratt, 78, and Joe Bacci, 77. And they have their other edge rusher is Sam Hubbard, who's a 72.4. So yes.
They're going to put pressure
They're
on.
They're coming. And then, just in terms of the run defense with the safety is pretty good, whatever. I'm fine with that. Sam Hubbard's pretty good on the run. They'll probably avoid him if they're smart. And then their linebackers are okay. Tackling is pretty good as well.
Do they give percentage of blitz?
No. But pass rush. So from a pass rush percentage, they got to stay away. They got to respect Trey Hendrickson. He's an 88.8. That might be the highest in the league.
Wow.
So that's scary. And then on the other side, the defensive end, which is Sam Hubbard, is a 61-1 who's not getting a lot of pressure. And Sam Hubbard's tackling is abysmal. It's 44. So Sam Hubbard is the guy that you want to, if you're going to be rolling out, if you're going to be, you're not going to have to do too much. I mean, still 72-4 is respectable, but not elite. But
Right.
But Trey Hendrickson is playing out of his mind. He's having an out of his mind. I mean, this is a guy that nobody would have thought Trey Hendrickson would have been elite, but he is. So that's what it is. Anyway, guys, 5 minutes till game starts.
Right.
Dad, quick score. What do you think?
I think we lose like 28, 24, 32, 24, something like that.
I think I don't know. I think we win. I think we win this game, and I think it's going to be close, but I think we win. It's going to be 32 again. I think we put a 32 point, 32 to defense is going to struggle a little bit more. Jamar Chase, 32-28 Browns.
Okay.
32-28. All right, guys. I'm going to leave the stream up. We'll be chatting during the game. I'm not going to do post game because I have to make a run after this, so I can't do post game. But I'm going to leave the stream up so you guys can chat during the game and stuff like that, and also follow us on Twitter. We will see you. We'll see you next week. Go Browns.
Go Browns.